Hello? Welcome back to the episode 5 Umineko tea party. I have my tea brewed, my black tea as usual. It's been since Halloween since we actually had our last tea party, I believe. So it's been well over a month. So I'm glad I get to do one again. Last tea party was like one of my favorites, one of my favorite streams of Umineko. I believe that was the end of episode 3. Maybe 4. No, it could not have been 4. That doesn't add up. But regardless, I'm super excited. I'm not even sure really where we left off. I haven't been thinking about Umineko today. I've been busy with my regular off day
Alright.
shit. So let me just... Okay, yeah, we finished the trial. And we... Like, Battler is, like, dead. Also, this is, like, the obligatory part of the stream where nobody's on yet, so I can say things like, you guys should like, favorite, follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube. That would be very appreciated. It makes me very happy. My little, like, orphan boy soul, like, glitters every time I see somebody has followed me. I think somebody followed me last stream and I didn't pop on my feed for some reason. So if they come back today, I'm gonna follow them. I'm gonna give them a shout out. Shout out. I feel a little bad, but it's not my fault. I swear to God. I'm super excited for tonight. Hopefully, gonna finish episode 5 and enjoy some tea. How is my tea doing? I don't really time my steeps usually. I just usually do like 5 minutes. And I've been streaming for 2, and got the tea ready by about 2 minutes before stream. Another minute, and we're gonna be done steeping. Elsewise, I've just had a pleasant day. Off, just kind of doing my shit. Took a nap today, which I really enjoyed, which means I'm gonna be up all night, which is fun. We always take our pills during stream. I mean, most of these are vitamins, but still. Gotta have my magnesium and my vitamin D3. My horse pills of magnesium. It's really funny. Elsewise, I know yesterday was kind of a big stream with the rib theory and the trial and the World of Demons shit. And we're kind of hoping for Beato to kind of jump in and save the day a little bit here, because things aren't looking so good. But we also had Erica just like do that whole bullshit where she like didn't get to. She just gets to casually ignore Battler's Red Truth just because she's fucking Furuto Erica. I'm so done with Furuto Erica. She's such an asshole. She's mean. She's cruel. She's a bad detective. She gets the whole freaking game gifted to her on a silver platter, and she gets to be this OC Mary Sue ass character. Fuck her. I disrespect her dearly. Oh wait, I have my honey right here. Oh my god, this is putting honey in my tea. I think that's an allegory or a saying. Except my honey is kind of like 2/3 full, so I kind of have to slowly coax it out. Yeah. There we go. Lots of honey in my tea. I deserve it. I'm a sweetheart. Theoretically. Well, it's been about 5 minutes, so I'm gonna say let's just jump in and get started. I'm not even in full screen. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. VOD watchers, my dearest apologies. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island. That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement. The red truth from the previous game states that Kinjo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Bun? Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the red. I want to win by forcing Natsui to say she's resigned. Then why don't you try it? Show us what you've got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Natsui. You say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct? Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes. This tea is probably hot as fuck. Do I have any water? I do. I need something to swallow my pills with. Well, I don't really need to, but I'd like to. Perfecto mundo. Also, I have my regular cookies that I buy for my tea party streams. So I'll be enjoying those over the next couple days. Lambda. I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from midnight until morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room. What? I'm really confused. Is Kinzo even his real name? Goldsmith, Kinzo, fuck this. This game is so fucky with names. Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right, totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going. From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsui claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erica? So Kinzo's corpse is kept in the mansion. That's interesting. But where? Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective's authority, Erica could find all clues. That's bullshit. Therefore, if Erica was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. So just because she doesn't find it means it doesn't exist. That's so cheap. Therefore, Burncastle repeated that truth of Erica's. Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Tea. I can't drink too much tea. I usually have 2 cups for my tea party streams because it's a little too late to have tea, but... Hey, Natsui. If Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding? How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry the rain off. From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor. No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let us continue. For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So, first off, I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor, where the study is.
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding.
We couldn't find any trace of Dad in the third floor. So then, where is he, Natsui-san? I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement. Ah, yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room, every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search. Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. I'll say it again. Where is Kinzo-san, Natsui-san? In that case, he was probably on the first floor or the second floor. I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? Well then, we then thoroughly searched the first floor. And the result? Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsui-san? Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding? Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinzo-san was hiding? Madam knows where Kinzo was hiding? That's insane. That can't be true. Hi, Binga. We are Umineko gaming tonight, yes. Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsui. Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the third floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the first floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the second floor. I accept that, Red Truth. Natsui, Kinzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding? No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire second floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms. Yes, my master. That Natsui-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsui, and go up to the second floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for the rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all. So, you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding? Stop saying that! How many times do I have to say that I don't know? Natsui-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san at this rate, right? Of course, Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long this search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsui, the one who knew the truth. In that case, the search will end in the room at the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any rooms except that one. What do you think about that? He isn't on the third floor. Wait, he isn't on the third floor or the basement, and he isn't in any of the rooms on the second floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. Where is she going with this? In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. I'm gonna be honest, I totally forgot what Hempel's Raven even was. I might need to, like, retouch on my Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the third floor at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant a living Kinzo existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was... Oh. Ah. Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn. I love... That's Natsui's room, Lady Lambda Delta. In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsui's room. Do I need to say it in red? Of course! Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside of Natsui's room. So it becomes a red truth? That's interesting. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room. Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim father is hiding? In a rage, Natsui unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see father anywhere in here? Look! I see. Looks like he isn't there. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window? If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. I don't really buy that argument. Her reasoning here sucks. Like, objectively, it's shit. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion because she didn't see anything. Her detective authority sucks ass, actually. She's literally, like, bending the world to her whim. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. Oh, that is Hempel's Raven. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Berncastle didn't want to win by cornering Natsui with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsui to accept a humiliating resignation. I have not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time, I have been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between midnight and the morning, and no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinzo was already holed up in the same room. And that was Natsui's room. It means the checkmate of the red truth. It means the checkmate of red truth has finally quartered the piece known as Kinzo's phantom inside Natsui's room. I really should drink tea more often. Hey Natsui-san. This means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night, between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Natsui's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could only have existed in Natsui's room. A plea bargain. Hey Natsui. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Ushiramiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that... I love how technical they get with the red in episode 5 and how they're able to manipulate what is considered truth. Yeah, I think that's like super great. Honestly, I agree. I mean, we kind of see bits and pieces of it beforehand in previous episodes, but I feel like Berncastle and Lambda Delta really have taken the idea of twisting the truth to the next level because their motives are totally different. Like, Beatrice is in it for love of the game, but Burncastle and Erica just aren't. Like, they have their own motives. Like, they're bored. They're cynical assholes. Why do I keep clicking off? Oh my fucking god. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head. Father is innocent. I cannot call father a criminal. She's refused the deal. Okay, Burn. Do it. During the night, between midnight and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinza to exist except inside your bed. Inside the bed? Are they gonna, like, slice open the bed and find Kinzo's body? Ew. What? And what do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough search of this room in a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed is the only exception. A shocked silence dominated the room. Yeah, and me. You see, what if he actually is? Natsui completely forgot to close her open mouth. Ooh, that last gulp of tea had a lot of honey in it, because I didn't stir the honey. Ugh. Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably around 11 o'clock, Kinzo-san escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And, as even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed. What? I'll repeat it. From midnight until morning, a living Kinzo could only have existed inside Natsui's bed, and last night Natsui also slept in that same bed. Wow, look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other yet you slept sharing the same pillow? Blue truth. Therefore, it is suspected that Ushirimiya Natsui and Ushirimiya Kinzo had sexual relations with each other. What the fuck? Okay. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? How fucking rude! To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much! I won't allow you to say such things. Natsui! Use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least I will if you can show me convincing proof. What proof is there? What? How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Admit. Natsui tried to attack Erica, but Eva pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushirimiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo-san. Get the fuck out of here. I never did anything of the sort. I have never given my body to anyone except my husband. I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san. That is so fucked up of Erica. After all, last night you went to say goodnight to Kinzo-san, with just the two of you alone in his study, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse. What? Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Hazudeva-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? What? I've received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey Natsui, looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay? That's right. You sure are stubborn, Natsui. The Ushiramiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists? And now you're getting Kinzo backshots? This is my final challenge. In protecting the honor of the Ushiramiya family, which father entrusted me with. Oh, fuck, I keep clicking off. I'm pissed. Okay, good. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiramiya family. We'll protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission. Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait. He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsui's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsui to protect that honor. Wow! As Natsui screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Berncastle and Erika had weaved. By my name as the Game Master, Lambda Delta, in case you didn't know, I acknowledge Lady Berncastle as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. Come on, Battler. Come on, Battler. Come on, Battler! Of course there were none. Oh wait, Battler's been impaled, I forgot. All of those who might have objected had been erased. No objections. Burn, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of the truth. Hi, wise fool of death. I think you followed me last night, but I didn't get a notification for it for some reason. So thank you. If you did. I love winning my court battles by just killing all my enemies. Truly the Berncastle way. Sure, I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though, I did want Natsui to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right? Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru, Nocturne of Truth and Illusions. I could have just streamed for 30 minutes and I would have been done with that chapter? Okay. Okay, let's see what Berncastle has cooked. How is she gonna spin Natsui of all fucking people to be like this seductress? That's so fucking stupid. After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsui developed a grudge against the Ushiramiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsui, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Ushiramiyas, schemed to capture the Ushiramiya family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Yeah. This is why Lambda needs to stop being the fucking game master. Like, ASA fucking P. This is why we need Beatrice to fucking snatch it back. Knowing that the wealth of the Ushiramiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7. From the Burncastle docs, page 682. To curry favor with Kinzo? Natsui repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusions, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsui and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in disguise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. That's bullshit. She even has her citations. From the trial synopsis, page 8, from presented evidence, page 17, from Burncastle's docs, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Ushiramiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Battler should succeed the headship, so Natsui planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From Trial Synopsis, page 27, from Supplemental Materials B, page 61, from the Burncastle Docs, page 1103. I feel like I'm back in House of Leaves, god damn. The following outlines the details of the crime. Midnight, October 4th, 1986. Natsui decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. From the trial synopsis, page 40. From Supplemental Materials S, page 8. From the Burncastle Docs, page 1105. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Hold up, I need to see what... I think Grand Court, if I'm correct. Correct? Yes. Yeah, Grand Court of Heaven. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. What Erica doesn't realize is that lack of an alibi does not a suspect make. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From the trial synopsis, page 41, from the supplemental materials S, page 10, from the Burncastle Docs, page 1131, from the Grand Court Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsui left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room, where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. "I'm gone!" Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. From Trial Synopsis, page 41. From Supplemental Materials S, page 29. From the Burncastle Docs, page 1200. Exactly, yeah. I used to be like, in episode 1, I was the biggest fucking Natsui hater. But by the end of it, I respected her, and after this, I respect her a lot more. Say what you want about her being like a total footstool. She's got pride, and she loves her family. She's just a total wet blanket and enables her idiot husband too much. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not yet been found. From the trial synopsis, page 42, from Supplemental Materials S, page 37, from the Grand Court Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Natsui, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. From the trial synopsis, page 58. From Supplemental Materials T, page 19. From the Berncastle Docs, page 1348. From the GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsui concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. That's also a bad argument, because how would Natsui know who's going to stay where? Was that Hideyoshi in Ava's room specifically, I wonder? Or Hideyoshi just chose to take a nap in a random room? Okay, I'm not reading this part anymore. I've read it enough. I think you guys get the point. I don't think the citations matter to me that much. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they had carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsui once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsui's clothes was found in the closet. Really? She dropped a button? Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. Exactly. There's no point of reading the citations if I can't read them myself. Also, sorry, Berncastle, I really don't think there's 1,300 pages of shit to cite for this. However, Furudo Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. No, she didn't. What? Adding more. This is so bullshit. Erika, this is even bad academic writing, because you don't need all these freaking citations to cite this. You don't need all these fucking citations. What a dork. Grand Court Official Notice 172 400 4434. Due to the trial... Okay, I'm gonna try to skip a bunch of the legal jargon. Due to the result of Illusion trial at midnight, October 5th, 1986, we announce that the following has been determined. That Ushirimiya Natsui did admit to her crime. No! For 13 months following this announcement, related docs may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center, First Subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Glanor A. Knox. Then let's all assume that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, Aunt Natsui screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Yoshiramiya family, Natsui just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsui's own doing, Uncle Kraus and even her beloved daughter Jessica had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for these last few years has been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps, possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsui was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erica had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsui's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted me to say, right? Aunt Natsui sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsui kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago. I'm sure that that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now, that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right? Natsui-san. Other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Erica laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsui looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. I committed murder. So you finally acknowledged your crime directly. No. This is not about what happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. Here we fucking go. I really want more of this lore. Hi, Eric. I was live the whole time. Rib theory is pretty nutty though, so you're in a good spot if you're caught up on rib theory. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby. Baby? What are you talking about? On that day, 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt a child. And he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage.
Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman?
Oh my god. Damn, Natsui, okay. With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsui confessed. Her humiliation as a woman means she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then, I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocky beach far below me like a Spartan babe, I could undo it all. Did she push her? Did she push the servant and the baby? I'm still trying to see how this connects to the 19 years ago thing with Beatrice and Rosa, but you guys said, I think somebody said they're two different events. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that. I lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. There's like a reoccurring theme of falling in this game. It starts all the way back in episode 1, and it keeps being mentioned like over and over again, the idea of falling. Fall. Yeah, exactly. Angie in the building, or with Rosa being dropped to her death in episode, I believe, 3. Or even, like, really Battler jumping out the window. Yeah, I mean, it's just a reoccurring theme. It's not as prevalent as a lot of other reoccurring themes in this game, but I guess it is there. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. There's like a 3% chance Battler is this baby, by the way. No! I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out, you're getting real fast and loose with that, Eric. I like that. I like the way you're thinking. Especially when it comes to, like, you say higher or lower planes of existence. I just call them higher or lower levels of the narrative. But it works regardless. Reading Umineko is fucking easy compared to reading House of Leaves, which has like 7 or 8 layers of narrative. So I've definitely been prepared for all of this. Ooh, that's good, Binga. Love that. Oh! Wise Fool dropping the fucking House of Leaves reference. We love it. Now I'm gonna bust out the Delilah reference. Oh no. Will Navidson, you're not bringing Delilah back. She's dead. At that moment, I'm sure as I told her to look out. Somehow that is both not a House of Leaves spoiler and a total House of Leaves spoiler. With both hands, I reached that servant's shoulder, and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. Yeah, she's insane. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing up to the rocky beach. Rising and falling. That's also a duality thing, by the way, too. I know I keep talking about duality in this game, but it's back. Duality is back. She does, like, she is that type of neurotic, like that same level of neuroticism as JFK. I agree. Though, unlike JFK, I have a feeling that she was not, like, a total sex addict. No, I'm sure I heard it. Because I wanted to think that they disappeared. I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then? What is Battler smiling? What the fuck? For an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So I didn't know whether to their fall, or the few seconds before that had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall that I just had a daydream. Yeah, it's really bad for the Ushiramiyas. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what happened to the baby. Very fucking true, being a duality of there being clips in this game, and Umineko being peak. And an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and two corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant had an accident on her own and died. That's right. I stole away two innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Where else have we seen Ushiramiya compensation? Episode 3. Or 4. Thank you for the correction. It all kind of blends together when you're like 150 hours into this game or whatever the fuck. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, she didn't even consider it for a second. Like, it was... I mean, I'm also, like, a little skeptical of the way it's being told. But I still think it's an important as to like figuring out kind of magic and Beatrice and all that shit. And just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. Oh my god. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Kinzo's goon cave. Yes. That's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess my crime. I, Ushira Miyanatsui, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive. You still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years, you knew the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now, you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff, 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I have no longer have my beloved husband and daughter, and I've lost even my honor, and I'm being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? This is so fucking good. Yes, that's right. It went all according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough? For your revenge, my husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh, God. That's so good. Hold up, I'm gonna go make some more tea. I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Oh, you guys are having cozy time in chat? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, okay. After all, do you still claim you were wait, okay, for a second there I thought I forgot my tea. I just heated up my mug with water, but I put the tea in my pocket. Okay. Now we start steeping. After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up. Can you hear me? You, the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. That's so sad. It's useless, isn't it? Huh? Wait, do you want me to step? Voice acting? Is that what you're... Okay, got it. Let's do a little voice acting. Kono baka da! I haven't heard Battler's VA in a while.
何か言いました？
全然ダメだぜ。
Zenzen damanase. Or whatever the fuck. Is this where Battler confesses that he is the child? Zenzen dameda. Thank you.
ああ、ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
Did Battler just confess to being the baby? I said it was like a 3% chance. Maybe I'm gonna put that up to like a 50% chance. Died on the first Twilight. Died before the start of the game. Alive at the time of the game suspension. Died on the first Twilight. Alive at the time of the game suspension. Died on the second Twilight. Honestly, this was like definitely one of the most interesting episodes. And I hope I'm right. But we'll see. Gertrude. Cornelia. The Witch's Tea Party is gonna be really good. Okay. Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan. Belphegor. I think the logic battles are definitely when the game is at its best. So seeing a bunch of them was super cool, and seeing how Lambda Delta was able to like twist the truth to her advantage with her own like goals in mind, I think was super interesting. And now I know this is called End of the Golden Witch because this is Lambda Delta and Burncastle's like attempt to kill Beatrice. They don't want Battler to do it. They want it. Or at least at the game level. Maybe not the meta level. Oh shit, I just spilled a bunch of tea everywhere. Okay, that's cool and fun. All right, we get our first tea party for the Answers arc. I'm really excited what it's gonna be. I hope it's. I really want Beatrice to like reclaim her title as Game Master, but I also have predicted that that Burncastle's gonna become the Game Master. So I'm kind of like split between what I want to happen and what I think is gonna happen. So, oh wait, I didn't read the text. Shit. I think I'm gonna go back for a second and read that. Give me a second. Sorry. Is it just the same as always? Okay. Erica, Glanor. Yes, my master.
You called.
I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining. Everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. Banish you back to the mute zone. It's Pier time. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Expose the naked truth thoroughly. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Furudo Erica, cannot solve. How are they gonna explain Natsui's death at the end of episode 1? Instead of asking to turn on voice acting, I'm just gonna say Kono Baka in the chat. Kono Baka da! That's why you're my piece, my double. Burncastle wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erica shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results of all the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Yeah, I like hearing the voice acting for, like, big important scenes every now and then, but I also like doing my own shit because I think it just puts my own flair onto it. But generally, I'll just listen to what chat says, because it doesn't really matter to me too much one way or the other. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erica. Fish on the chop... Okay, that's not a saying we use. It is possible to explain all the past 4 games with Natsui as the criminal, or with certain irregularities based off that theme. I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once, and then present a first-rate tale to you. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's legend of the witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way the people talked about unexplained events as though that legend was the cause, the illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo. Deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. Thank you, wise fool. We now have the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. My thing is when I read, I flip-flop words a lot. And sometimes it's because the game is, like, goofily worded sometimes. Because the game does have some clunky writing every now and then. But I just kind of mix up the words a lot. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Eisene Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aid has already been sent to the location. The 1960s? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory are made in the USA? Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult. Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance that they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. This kind of comes back, actually, to the Sakutaro, in whether or not there was, like, that extra Sakutaro. Like, because you believe in something, it gets more value. Which is also, like, a very, very prevalent theme in Umineko. Like, maybe one of the central themes, even. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So Shiramiya Kinzo was a sucker who'd pay big bucks for any fake occult object. And that's why what the Seven Sisters of Purgatory really are. That's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the Seven Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap, fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights! Have you confronted the Seven Sisters with that truth yet? The 7 paperweights of Purgatory?
No, not yet.
They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they're mere paperweights, worth less than $30 US. When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums. Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them, and what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution.
An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public.
This is an inspection by the great Lady Berncastle, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the great court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronave, and Gap into custody as well. The Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards, are conducting that investigation. Heaven, Hell, and Purgatory. That's like... Heaven, Hell, and Purgatory are part of Rib Theory, by the way. Glanar, what is the true nature of the Cheester sisters?
We believe there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has formed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases.
I'm looking forward to the Cheester sisters' execution too. One at a time, or all of them at once. No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. This is so fucked up. They're ruining the magic. They're ruining the fun. You just can't fucking arrest the Cheester sisters. That's not fun. That's lame. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and the witches, one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think of something great for the execution concept. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new, from east and west, every day.
The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations.
Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. Oh, you'd better quarter at least one of them. Of course. I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king. I'd like to think up some execution methods myself. Pondering that will be a perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon. Certainly, my master. Then, we'll have the Burn Castle style one as the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium is completely crushed, I shall present my master with that final execution, with the finest of executions that she desires, the execution of Beatrice. Thank you, Erica. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. You're just perfect. My peace, my double, and my adorable daughter. What the fuck? Okay. Fuck, okay. I need to stop watching YouTube shorts all the time. Your words are too good for me, my master. Too addicted. Erica, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that and eat it. Then, I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame. Fuck you. Fuck you. Thank you very much. It is a great honor. You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you be made the master of the sealed-off Rokunjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Burn Castle, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of Witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erica, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Thank you very, very much, my master. I will vow to work even harder so this honor will not be wasted. Fuck you, Witch of Truth. Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erica was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled. Flanor, continue to aid Erica and report on her progress to me.
As you wish.
By the way, where's Lambda?
She is over there.
From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword. Battler... Yeah, the witch nepotism, too, is fucked up. Oshira Mia Battler. You were an interesting guy. And you might have become even more interesting, but too bad. What a wonderful way to die. Erica, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful, really tasteful. Maybe you could coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated him all cute. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. I will strive to answer your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch, by the by. Though it'll just be for a while, I'll welcome you as a friend. Erica was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Oh my fucking god. I wish she would just eat rocks. For a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master. In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuffed too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her. Galaxy Express? The one that isn't Night on the... You know. I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it strange that humans who obtain eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate. After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well in the truest sense. Where you go next, huh? I bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right? That's because I don't want to let you get bored. Thanks, Bud. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and start searching for you again. You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you. Love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever. That's okay. The sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man? No, Children of Paradise, of course. If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Oh, not bad. The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility. Fuck this stupid witch lore, by the way. This shit's all fucking hogwash. And gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches, and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves the rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully. That way I say charade and charade in the same stream so I can get yelled at by two different groups of people. I love that. Erica, new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Then let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you. Come on, stop being a smart ass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. Episode 6, Checkmate of the Golden Witch. Yeah, fuck Erica. Fuck Burncastle. Fuck Lambda. Fuck all these assholes. Ah, tea. Well, I'm done with tea. I can only have 2 cups. It's like 9 o'clock. And if I drink tea all night, it will not be good. I will not be falling asleep. Yeah, just the regular welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Alright, let's do the witch's tea party. You said this is where you found out who Beatrice was. So that's interesting. In the cathedral devoid of people. Yeah, that's what I meant. A figure could be seen staring up at the heavens. I like to imagine I've figured out who Beatrice is, but I don't know yet for 100% certain. So I'm still waiting for my theory. I'm glad that I have a theory, though. I didn't have a theory really the whole game before this. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen staring up at the heavens. Its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the 4th game. You made a whole diagram? I would never. I'm not that organized. When it comes to me and intuition, I'm more of like a found it in a dream type shit. I'm like the least organized ADHD ass motherfucker. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Glanor's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. Alright, Battler, ascend to heaven. This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Yeah, he's been more dead than this. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral. Oh, this is my ship slop. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light to them. And were still muddied over with gray. Gray, blue, makes you really think. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was surprisingly walking. By the way, I'm probably not gonna have a theory crafting stream after this episode because I have a theory. So it's more or less just like proving my theory at this point. So there's not gonna be any like, oh, let's break down everything because I think I have an idea. So don't be surprised if we might start episode 6 tonight. I don't know how long this is gonna be though, so we'll see. Then with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then she slowly, oh please, touched Battler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. I ship these two so fucking hard. Then she quietly whispered, "You liar." Beato softly touched Battler. Then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you, liar. Goodbye, and sorry. Ooh, I'm getting fucking goosebumps. Then, the Golden Witch. Let's all just fucking like you know at the end of Evangelion where they're all turned into like the fucking like Fanta? Like let's all just turn into Fanta. The Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. Let's all goop. Bum 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 yadum bum ba da 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 dum. What the fuck is actually going on? I don't know where this is going. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting. Oh, wait. Look, it's gray. That's cool. Along with me and Blanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. A recollection from Battler's memory which Dlanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Dlanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land.
It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back.
Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got.
I promise. With everything I've got.
Dlanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying. The way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? I wonder how they do it in this. Nox's 5th, not included. They're just gonna skip that one. I wonder what Nox's 5th is. Don't worry about that one. They didn't even bother. Like, maybe they could have just changed the wording a little bit, you know. In my opinion, trying to write rules for fiction is stupid. Don't be racist. Okay. This is all like side lore, which isn't that important to me. The alternate conceptual weapon. A strict investigation method. This is power scaling slop, but it's on purpose. The Eisene Jungfrau. I think I already read this. Yeah, I did. Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right? Imagine being an asshole and thinking you get to, like, decide the rules of a genre. I think it's a little douchey, to be honest. But I don't know, maybe Ronald Knox was actually a really cool stand-up guy.
Yes. They are commandments conceived by my father.
Hidden doors must not exist. That's Knox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Barncastle said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Knox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. Oh, really? I think I like read his Wikipedia. I like skimmed through it, so I didn't really. I think I vaguely remember reading that. Now that you mention it, but apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. And I think the premise exists. I've been saying this shit since episode fucking 1. It's Winchester theory, baby. It's such a deep fucking cut. I still think the premise exists. So the premise doesn't exist. There's no need to search for hidden doors. I piss and shit on the red truth. I make my own truth. I think that that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. I don't... Red Truth? Who is she? I don't know her. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic as fantasy. Exposing it that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But is it also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? Yeah. Let's say a hidden door is hidden. Come on, writing, please. can't say hidden door is hidden. That's not good writing. In a way, there would be no clues. But claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery. That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. Would it be that freaking... I mean... Would it be that odd for Kinzo to have a fucking secret door? My fight is very simple. Even if there's one that just connects the guest house to the mansion, that's enough for me. Like, that will confirm Winchester theory. But at this point, I'm at episode 6, and I think Winchester theory is just not real. I'm holding on to it still, but because I'm really proud of my analysis and comparing the Winchester mansion to the Ishiramiya mansion, but Winchester theory does not look so good with each passing episode. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue. Yeah, it does exist. Ugh.
Do you dislike Nox?
I do. It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. That's a really good point from Battler. Look at her face. She's deflated. I think just saying something can't happen in Umineko because it goes against genre conventions is fucking stupid. That goes without saying, right? Like, just because Ronald Knox says it can't happen, we have to think there's no fun. There's no hidden door. There's no... It's just... This game is, like, changing the way I've been looking at this mystery the whole time. Now I'm, like, slowly starting to accept the existence of magical bullshit. Just because it's fun. And I think that's on purpose. It's about as dubious as Devil's Proof, even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of Fimbly. It feels like it's the same argument. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them, after all. She killed Ronald Knox?
Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game.
The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler-kun? That's what I just fucking said. To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had actually come loose.
In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed-room mysteries?
What if Nox's third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? Fantasy. It was Witch's mystery. Mystery. It was the humans. Super Meat Boy. Being Super Meat Boy. I never finished Super Meat Boy. I do have it, though. In other words, hidden doors would always work just fine as the standard trick for closed rooms.
This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that even the detectives cannot find because, of course, they are hidden.
Battler-kun, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming that the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about. That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would anything to try to solve. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. I think there's fucking evidence, at least a little bit. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading Closed Room Mysteries. Yeah, if there is evidence, then it does still follow the commandments. There is sufficient evidence, though. And it's Winchester theory, baby. Pier never forgets. The second they brought out that Winchester rifle, I was like, let's fucking go. What would that lead to? It means you wouldn't even want to read it.
That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible.
That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. That's why I basically haven't tried to solve the epitaph, because to me it is unsolvable. In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a science thing. The hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So, dear readers, please try to reason it out. Ah, I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect. To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Well, it's not that they're not trying to solve it, it's just that they're more open to more evidence.
Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games?
Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato really began in the second game. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people died in a closed room and that the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in endless repetition of moves? That time, Beato said this: "Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you have always dreamed. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence." Then she'd said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied. I miss you too, Beato. I want her to get her spunk back. And created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtains finally rose on my battle with Beato. So that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried. I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. And I stepped to,
Beatrice. She's a strange person. Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved.
You could say the red truth is a hint Beato gives me so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy. Because I've been given hints. It's like she's saying, try and solve it. For it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch? My. That does seem logical. She truly is a strange child. Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea. I'm confused, by the way. Is this happening before or after Battler died? Or is this after Battler died? This is before, right? Like, this is back when they were all talking and drinking tea. Okay, thank you.
My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things.
A crutch for the power of thinking.
That's right. By Nox's eighth, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues.
I thought there was a comma there, shit. If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution. So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints. And therefore, it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. Does Beatrice play by the Decalogue? I suppose she does. I see, so this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit, that might be the power to give courage to those trying to solve it. And that's why I reread the same, 4 Umineko chapters over and over again.
You seem to think that the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it also is vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of clues we know must be hidden there.
I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Yeah. was like one of those things where like when Sherlock Holmes like originally died in the novels, like people got upset because it was considered like low class reading. Like it was considered like pulp. Like it appeared to like a largely lower class audience, like lower middle class audience, low class art audience. Yeah, but now, like now it's considered like even reading really is considered snobby to a degree. But really, the mystery genre was pulp. Maybe I'll have to play Higurashi someday though. Definitely not after I play Umineko though. 100% not. I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna play after Umineko though. Probably a game that isn't this long. Ryukishi is definitely a great character writer. But I almost like this game isn't perfect. Like sometimes the writing can be clunky. They like repeat phrases a lot. There's a lot of like Ryukishi-isms that he does. It gives it its own unique style, even though it's not objectively perfect. It gives it its own like cozy feel. It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't matter. Then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. Soulful. Very full of soul. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large... I believe this 100%. I totally agree with Battler. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. Soyful? Soy-filled. Ryukishi's a soy boy liberal. Who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked?
Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though, among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy.
That's a fair interpretation. There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Knox's Decalogue? The sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's not actually made to be solvable like that at all. Yeah, I can understand how that'd get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want to be guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? A couple years ago, I read City in the City by China Mieville, which on its surface appears to be a detective novel, but is more about like the absurdity of borders, really. If you guys are looking for a good book, I really recommend City in the City. No, I've never read that. I'm not too much of a reader. I only read a couple books a year, maybe, if I'm lucky. It's a essay against the mystery genre. Okay. Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant.
Yes. I also find it extremely sad when my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon.
And again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game world of Beatos follows the Nox Decalogue? That's what my question was. When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia Dlanor, and of course Beato, all remained silent for a while. Almost as though my question had touched at the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue.
But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win.
In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible? If you ask this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenge, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if that person weren't telling this riddle to a foreign... Okay, however, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese to English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided, solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? I don't fucking know. Dragons aren't real. The answer is to battle the night. How is that even a riddle? Fuck that. Many have accused the boys of that, Eric. Many have accused the boys of that. I don't know if you guys have watched The Boys. But I think I like The Boys because I do hate the superhero genre. You read it? Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard it's terrible. Like, the ending of The Boys book is that, like, Black Noir is actually, like, another Homelander that's, like, doing all this shit and gaslighting Homelander that, like, believing he's doing this shit. It's kind of dumb. For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something that you will be able to solve. Yeah, that's definitely one of the themes, but I do think there is... I agree entirely, but yeah, there is critique of the genre there. But it's also about, like, America, Trumpism, stuff like that, you know. Especially Trumpism. However, I can promise you one thing. It will guarantee it. I will guarantee it with the red truth. Okay, so whenever like it's basically given, Virgilia will let us know. Thank you, Virgilia. Oh wait, Beato wanted you to solve it, so she made this game. The riddles of this tale solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth. It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire.
I don't know if my father's decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my decalogue if you remember. It might give you the renewed courage and might possibly even lead to some new discovery.
Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. That is such a message to the reader. Are you sure it's okay to help an enemy out like this?
Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually.
Oh, that's cool, Eric. But yeah, I do like Nox because she's not just like another like Erica who's gonna like beat Battler's head in with facts and reasoning. No, she's somebody who really does care about like fiction. In the same way, I think Wise Fool that you said that Nox was able to like trying to establish rules to make better fiction. I think that's Nox's goal to a degree. In this game. And Virgilia's red truth. Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not. I've never read Platonic dialogues. I am not a classics man, unfortunately. Though I feel like this game does like Plato. That one line might give me a... Wait, compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. Yeah, definitely a contrast between the regular tea party and the witch's tea party. At least being... At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless. Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy, young people. Love? Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back. Aw, right? Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. Isn't that true? That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-sided love. Amen, brother. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they are afraid of that pain. They want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else. God love hurts, man. I see.
I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between the writer and the reader in a detective novel.
Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story. I'm not sure if I can solve it. I hope I have. I hope I have solved it. I love how you that was your analysis. You focused a lot about that love and sight thing, and I haven't really considered that at all. Like that hasn't been my analysis. I think it's so interesting that you were analyzing it through a completely different lens than me. I'm not really sure how I would even describe my analysis. I think I put a lot of thought into themes and reoccurring motifs. I think that's what I focus a lot on, maybe. Repeating themes, motifs, ideas. And I guess through that, that's how I'm trying to find the motive. I do have a historical lens, that is true. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. God, I loved my medieval history class. I never read Dante's Inferno though. But yeah, there are a lot of connections to Dante's Inferno, but I never read it, so I'm not too familiar with it. So I can only speak about it in like super vague sense that I am vaguely aware of Dante's Inferno. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school age kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings. So they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like. Battler, can you tell me more about your first love? Oh wait, that's Shannon. It was Shannon. Right? Maybe Shannon is Beatrice. Fuck. I mean, I think it's better if Beatrice is Jessica, but I also think there's good evidence that Beatrice is Shannon. What? What's the horse for? What's going on? I know the white horse, but I don't know who he told that to. I don't know who he told that to. Did he tell that to Shannon? I guess he did. Fuck. I kept reading that. But I really want fucking Jessica to be the killer, not Shannon. I want Shannon to be an accomplice. That's basically where I'm at. Going into episode 5, it was like Shannon. Like, the 4 people I was considering the most was, I think, if I recall correctly, the 4 people I was considering the most was Shannon, Nanjo, Jessica, and Natsui. Now Natsui's off the table, so it's Jessica, Shannon, and Shannon, basically. Red truth. Shing! Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without realizing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Battler-kun, when does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where can it progress into mutual love? Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more and more, and when the two both reach the level where they're sure that I like this person, they surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression... Maybe I should reread some George and Shannon scenes. Since I've reread Jessica and Cannon scenes, maybe I should at least put in my due diligence and read some George Shannon. Yeah, I know. The idea of rereading George does give me the ick, too. But 18. But if Battler's 19 and Shannon is 16, what's half your age plus 7? 19 round down. Yeah, it works fine. Or even if it's 20, it works. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. 10 plus 7. I'm not sure if Battler is 18. Battler might actually be 19. What's 9 plus 10? 21. Die to death. Whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born. Is that what you're saying? Maybe. It's a bit odd. I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right. Yes, it's something that cannot go without a relation built on mutual trust, a relationship with love. Also, for another really simple reason, Jessica's hair just works. Unless Shannon's wearing a wig, actually. Yeah. So, you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love? Yes! 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 Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist. How can you be sure that Miss Beato...
How can you be sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force?
Can't you tell that by looking?
It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force. And yet, you still have no doubts. You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the rid truth.
That is fair, wise fool. We hate on George every stream. Except the game has kind of been without... There hasn't been a lot of George at all recently. Since, like, episode 4. Surely this is that stage Battler-kun mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. Notice how episode 5 is good and there's much less George. Virgilia and Lanor giggled together. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy Golden Land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Come on, Beatrice, don't fucking give up. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Lanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already, I've got an endless amount of time on my hands. Let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me. And the crutch of the Decalogue that Dlanor lent me. Think, think, think. Brain blast! I wonder if I've had a brain blast and I've actually solved the murder and I don't know it. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. I like to imagine I've kind of gotten little bites of truth, but I haven't like eaten the full truth like meal yet. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Dlanor lent me. Dlanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve, no, take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery. And let me take it on one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Dlanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? I don't really remember the first tea party, even though I did recently reread it. Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Dlanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I'd wanted to know. When they were like, that was Umineko. Man, that was crazy. What did you think, Jessica? Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared as early as the first game. True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside? Thinking that the true culprit or the mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. I can't wait till the final boss of Umineko and Battler fights God. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later. Because of Nox's first clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Of course, there's also what both Lanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue. So of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely and try to borrow from the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. Shut up, Battler, you liked that shit, just admit it. And Nox's second?
Allow me to speak. Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
Lanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound and gave me an answer to my question. That's right. The detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure. I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that makes it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down. But I should instead question why it was shown and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right. That was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic, which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible. I never gave up, Battler. And I even have a good idea about the whole canon killing people thing in episode 2. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Who the fuck would give up at that point? This is one of the things I haven't figured out, though. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre. The story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, oh, thank you for following, Dick's Easy. Oh, no. No, I don't like that. No, actually, I won't be doing that. Goodbye. Hey, champ, I love your content! I think they called me champ, like I'm their fucking stepson. No fucking way. I fucking Cheester-sistered his ass. And then he still feeds me the free follow. Eat shit. I think at least like 10 of my followers are bots. It's fucking crazy. I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. I'm like, somebody followed me and they didn't even chat, and then they fucking drop a spam message. However, that begs the question, is it possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? Yes, Battler, it is possible. If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. Just keep going. There's no point in stopping. However, I had to believe that Beato was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance of winning. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. It is love. It's just like Disco Elysium. The murder happened and love did him in. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to go get any further. Yeah, whatever, Battler. I think you just have a crush on her. This is so stupid. Battler is just crushing on her and doesn't want to admit it. Yeah, fucking rationalize this shit, Battler. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me the red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. Yeah, what a dork. That would be stupid. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. Yeah. Because then it, like, I cite a lot of, my citation for, Beatrice being Jessica comes a lot from the difference between Canon and Shannon. And there's no fucking truth. What the fuck? Okay. I forgot to turn off auto mod. I actually did shit all day instead of turning off auto mod. It is weird that he did try to grope both of them. Now that I think about it, and now they're like my two biggest suspects for who Beatrice is. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent. Like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George Aniki. People like that are called Sundara. Sundere. Heh, that brutal witch is starting to look a bit more cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, "You're such a tsundere." If I meet her again somewhere. Oh, Shannon, you're so mature for your age. Actual Umineko line. Well, actual paraphrasing of an Umineko line. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. Don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful. Allow me to speak. Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Allow me to speak. Nox's 6th. It is forbidden for an accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by relying on accidents or coincidence. If this tale is meant to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case could be solved. And it has to be made in a way that can be solved without relying on coincidence. If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. Was that in episode 1? George is like crashing out. His fucking child bride is dead. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erica or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery: the whodunit, the howdunit, and the whydunit. The whodunit. One is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? The one is the howdunit. I think I have the whodunit, and I think I have the whydunit. I don't think I have the howdunit. How did they commit the crime? Like, rib theory gave me an idea as to who and why, but not how. That was fucking hilarious. He's like trying to deny himself crying. He did that fucking line from Full Metal Alchemist where it's, yeah, it is raining today. Why did they commit the crime? All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Beato scattered hints about, though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there will be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she'd secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onward, she set things up in a way to make it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. She did introduce the blue truth through Virgilia. Virgilia and Ronove obviously appeared so that they could help me. I don't know about Ronove. Like, maybe for a second Ronove was looking cool. Oh god. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely at the end of the 4th game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. That was so fucking good. Then Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart. Entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? Yeah. In that case, it really was dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game. No fucking shit, Battler. Just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need is to search for truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive. The answers to those 3 ultimate riddles, the hints must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. Please, allow me to speak. What is it? Go back through the tale. Reread Umineko. Know that you'll be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light. I totally fucked that up. Know that you'll be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light. Right now, through this tale, thank God I've been rereading, like, I reread this every now and then.
Know that for the reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required.
Thank you, LP Archive, for being my best friend. Also, my VODs. I also rewatched some VODs. Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. Hold up. Okay. There's something that's been repeated over and over again throughout the tale. Persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Slowly, the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black tea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience. Like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. Falling. Also, the idea that Battler might be scared of falling because of maybe he might have been the adopted baby. I don't want him to be the adopted baby. I want him to be the actual son of Anushiramiya. But I don't know. It might be that baby also might be Jessica. Or even George at this point. Fuck it. That's rib theory. The several tales before became faint bubbles. No, they were small shining... No, were they small shining fragments? And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky. I kept sinking on and on into that sea. Okay. With tales up until now, one after another, Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then I knew. Did Battler figure it out? Did Battler just figure it out? Wait a minute. I finally reached the truth. To the depths, no. To the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. Ah. That hurts. I clearly need to reread Umineko with the Nox Decalogue in mind. He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him as he figured out Beatrice is actually Jessica, and that Pier was right. Hopefully. Crossing my fingers. We'll see. On Battler's face, which still looked up... I can't wait. I'm gonna fucking clip the moment I find out who Beatrice is. Unless it's already happened, in which case that'd be really fucking funny. But the moment it's said for certain who Beatrice is, I'm fucking clipping that shit. On Battler's face, which still finally looked up at the heavens as he hung there pierced by the long sword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Yeah, I do remember when you told me that. Battler noticed. This whole time. Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. Oh, this is good slop. And when he held her, he knew. It was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. So what happens now? What? Why does it feel laggy, by the way? So when Battler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then, just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress in a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, you could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so Battler knew. I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created, just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart and finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you, that I definitely reached the truth. So why couldn't you believe with me and wait? You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me. I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've now finally reached that truth, to think you could wait any longer and that it's all too late. You idiot! Why did you lose heart? Before me, damn it! It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Idiot. Idiot, your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? Idiot! Ah! His scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No, I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible. Less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, is this where Battler gets his cape? If I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, but struggling at least touch her remains, but nothing worked. Shit. Damn it. I don't know this is Shannon. At the time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. What if it's not the one-winged eagle, but it's the one-winged butterfly? That small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now, I would never again lose the truth. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. But that blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked the gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth that she'd wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushirimiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale's everything. Why does Battler get to solve it before I do? At that time, it seemed as though faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. Maybe I have solved it. I'm just being an asshole to myself. Aw, fuck these two. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse. That really is pathetic, Battler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue, and for all eternity. Huh? Fuck yeah! At that time, Battler's chest, no, the red longsword that pierced Battler, began to sparkle gold. Is this where he gets the gold text? Began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color. I was wrong. I thought it would be Lambda or George who would first use... Interesting. Turning it gold. What's going on? Battler is... What is this? Quah! Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. He's turned Super Saiyan. By now, it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air. Then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda? That glow. It couldn't be. Lambda stared wide-eyed at the bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought up, Byrne also frowned slightly. Sorry, retrials will not be permitted. Cheester sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion. Understood. 45, 410, firing permission granted. It's unable to target. If IFF error code 999. Eek. 999, you say? Impossible. Yeah, I love seeing these guys all fucking hate Battler's Super Saiyan 3 moment. The Cheester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Baron Castle's orders. We're probably not doing episode 6 today, boys. Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed, and the trial ended with our victory. Sorry, Byrne. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushiomiya Battler? Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erica. Byrne Castle. Now it's time for my truth. Request for a retrial accepted.
The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions.
Objection. The trial has already been concluded, and the results have been announced. Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths. Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal. Objection overruled. He already does have that. By name of Lambda Delta, which is certainty, I acknowledge it. Ushiromiya Battler, I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler. What? Huh? What did you just say? Battler Beatrice? I was joking. Battler got the rank of a witch? The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. It was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erica couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red. Looks like that kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. What's going on here? Sure, I'll play along. Erica, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Natsui the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Cheester sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it going to take you to carry that order out? Error code 999. An access code is required to target the territory lord. What the fuck? I got double view botted? Twice? That's rude. Do I have to ban them twice? Or is it the same? Oh, it is the same person. Okay. What the fuck? I've never seen them do that. Yeah. I told you you'd do it, yeah. Territory Lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory Lord? You don't mean Battler is? Yes. Ushiramiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment. Yes, that's right. So, you still don't understand. You don't know what that gold sparkle signifies. He's reached it. Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depth of all truths. That means Battler's understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he's reached the position of the game's master. I bet you don't want to believe it, right, Fern? Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erica. Too bad, Erica. Just when you're finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Oshiramiya Battler.
Isn't it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How's it feel to be deprived of that title just when you'd finally gotten it? How's it feel?
Battler! If you think you can disprove my theory, just try it. It's impossible. I'm impossible. The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsui is the culprit, and this is where he says it in red. I can construct a theory with someone other than Aunt Natsui is the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed by his status as a sorcerer. A culprit other than Natsui? How's that? And now the roles are going to be switched, and Battler's going to be arguing that it's not... that it's magic, maybe, even. Or at least on paper. Flanor, let's see where this delusion of Battler science takes us. Slowly, Flanor stepped forwards. In her hand was the red sword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden long sword. The two rivals once again. No, for the first time, they truly confronted each other.
Battler, I've been waiting. Die to death.
Sorry to keep you.
You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated.
Kill him, Flanor A. Knox. Flanor's form disappeared in an instant. I imagine she does that shit Yoda did. Or not Yoda, fucking Palpatine does in episode 3 of Star Wars, that crazy ass spin move. I bet she can do that shit. Well, I guess she can do that Yoda shit too. As though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie.
Die to death.
Curve drawn by the longsword of the Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest. Lady Erica's reasoning has solved the fifth game.
No new facts exist that overturn the truth created by this reasoning.
It's possible to show a different truth by using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for different truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. I wonder if you replace truth with game, what does that mean? In other words, even if I can't overturn Erica's reasoning, by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it. Bud's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily. But still,
If you can present a theory on par with Burns, the fight will come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied. What a laughable script. I'd expect nothing less from a demon's script. Die to death. Then let me ask. What is this theory with someone other than Natsui as the culprit?
Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will.
It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago, the one from Aunt Natsui's confession. Nox's first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the 5th game cannot be named as the culprit.
Is he gonna do it now? No, he's not. What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example, what if it was me?
Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago?
The red truth from the 4th game that I'm not the son of my mother Asumu. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the 1st game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago. And announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. What the fuck? As Glenor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference.
A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit.
Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works. And that you can't be certain Aunt Natsui is the culprit. Whoa.
Die to death.
Good. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reap your feeble truth. I, Furudo Erika, the detective, and the Witch of Truth, will. This time, Erika stepped forward. Oh my god, she gets a scythe? In her hand, there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. This is sick as fuck, I fear. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory. It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between midnight and 1. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime. It has not been specified that the time of death was between midnight and 1. Therefore, it's possible to claim that the crime didn't occur between midnight and 1. Ooh, eat shit, Erika, that's rough. I like that. There's a restriction on any murders in the cousin room. From 1 a.m. until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the room. Flanor, now!
Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Crime actually was carried out in the cousin room. Clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given during the detective Lady Erica, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside the room until morning, such crime is impossible.
By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Battler used a blue flash to deflect the red truth that Erica and Dlanor had flung at him. Erica's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed? Ooh. That's crazy to think about. But Battler isn't the culprit, right? Battler is not Beatrice. Why is Battler doing this? Why is Battler trying to make himself the culprit? I'm so fucking confused. That is the big fucking question for episode 6. That is true. We do have a red truth that Battler isn't the culprit. Even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there. The death of the 4 in the cousin room has been proclaimed with the red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic, even though they were dead at the time? I see. Since you believe they were dead by that point, it probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. So this might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Fool! How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been proclaimed with the red truth. Furthermore, those corpses were witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no examination of any corpses would lead to any mistaken result. Take that, dead people. Ronove? When was that red truth made? Have you forgotten, miss? Good guy Ronove is back? Maybe it's because Battler's now the Golden Witch. Ooh, this is some good fucking tunes, though. You guys are right to be pumped. The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronove, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erica's attack. Ronove? How did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too. I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, Your Majesty. Ooh, that's so sick. Well then, what did I just draw? Oh, my phone. That is so fucking sick. What do you say, miss? In that case, when do you claim the Red Truth Death Proclamation happened? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the death proclamation was made at the time of the crime's discovery.
Fuck yeah, Ronove. When this court was open, Lady Lambda Delta made a proclamation. She said this was midnight. This was a midnight answer session. The death proclamation was made at midnight on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game.
Ooh.
That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime.
Erica. I think when I was rereading, did I say at one point that I thought that they kind of glanced over the whole thing about them all not being dead? Or was that just me reading my notes to myself? I mean, it works with my theory that Jessica's Beatrice, so I'm just sticking with it, but... Then you're saying that the victims were alive at that time? Yeah, Mist has no interest in corpses. Even though their necks were sliced open? Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? And that detail too, she never saw the corpses. And somebody might have covered up the corpses so that she didn't see them. True, our current understanding is that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Erica swung her scythe recklessly, but Ronove blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands. Yeah, I love watching Erica get her shit kicked in. She deserves this. So at that point in time, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? In that case, why did Battler scream? Better watch your feet, little girl. Ushiro Miyakinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Yeah, this is such a crazy flip around. Huh? Ah! A pitch black hole opened beneath Erica's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down at the skylight of a ceiling of this cathedral. Leah! Leah! Yes. Virgilia could be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Gungnir! Gungnir's back. That is true. Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. As Erica fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparkled blue. Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Ginzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure. Yeah. She didn't even have an answer to that.
Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails.
Gamut. This isn't Gamut. This is nothing. Me when I say Gamut. Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erica in midair. Yeah, Erica, eat shit. Nepo baby. Erica struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get out easily. Then, all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Pots and pans! It's the fucking Seven Sisters of Purgatory! Then 7 people manifested themselves at once. We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master. You lowly paperweights. After George's death, his corpse was never moved. That sucks so hard for Erica. That sucks so hard for Erica. Damn, Erica's gonna be eating shit after that one. After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved. After Rose's death, her corpse was never moved. Sakutaro just comes out and like gives her like a light punch and she explodes. After Genji's death, his corpse was never moved. After Krause's death, his corpse was never moved. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Kinzo carrying the corpses away fails. Why didn't they consider this during the trial? Why didn't they give Battler? Why didn't Battler consider this earlier? A whale breaching. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I haven't done Sakutaro's voice since episode 4. And Sakutaro had 2 voices. He had doll voice and regular voice. But so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses I, Fudo Erica, have to revise my theory. I do? The detective does? Erica was probably capable of escaping this even with Kinzo's existence denied. I'm making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to resolve a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating. To be honest, if she could just make the argument that the bodies were they were just given sleeping pills, like were hidden in sheets, moved, and then Krause killed all of them and then himself. But I'm not thinking about that because I think it is Jessica. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsui like that. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the Red Truth. Now Battler gets to use the Red Truth whenever he's... Yeah, that was right. I think I had mentioned the phrase criminal activity is extremely loose. This is what you get for playing around in the Witch's darkness. Know that, Fudo Erica. I hope she dies. I hope she, like, explodes right now. Of course, even Erica doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial. Except for Burncastle and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of a willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed. And yet, to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, incapable of using red without proof? However, she still had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to counter it. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Flanor!
Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you would show that Kinzo has died with the Red Truth, then I demand that you display a proof of human truth that can be used to make that point.
Oh, so now it's a problem. Forgive me, damn geezer.
Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you.
Presentation of evidence. I'll present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushiramiya Kinzo's.
Can you prove that corpse is Ushiramiya Kinzo's? That this corpse is Ushiramiya Kinzo's? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him. It is possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it was Kinzo's corpse at the truth of humans? In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument will be valid.
She looks so fucking sick. Oh, any counter with the red truth will be invalid? I guess that works. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if she's saying that with the red is forbidden, Battler has nowhere to run to. That's right. In this closed-off Rokenjima, there is no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's.
And that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. This unidentifiable corpse cannot serve as Kinzo's proof of Kinzo's death.
Checkmate. My theory does not waver. That is not checkmate, honey. Lanor had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back. How are you going to prove that the corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It can't be done. With red or blue, right? Is this where he uses the yellow? I guarantee that this corpse is Ushiramiya Kinzo's corpse. Then, when Dlanor met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue shortsword. And she was blown backwards in an empty space. I imagine the dress looks too fucking big on her, so she just looks like a stupid baby that's been thrown across a fucking room or some shit. Oh, that's terrible. It was a direct hit without any miscalculation. Though she always seemed though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before now. Like a football with fabric on it. She was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be. She just looks like a fucking stack of potatoes. But she just looks like fucking a Mr. Potato Head that they just fucking threw across the fucking room. Flanor, what are you?
Bro, it's a whole new color. Give me a fucking break. A splendid gold truth. It is valid.
Gold truth? The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules? Yes, gold truth valid, Queen. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No, well, only by the game master himself. Shit, I'm impressed. I've never done this casual voice for Lambda Delta, but here we are. God damn. What did you say?
Gold truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, but it sometimes is superior.
That glitter is proof that Battler-kun truly understands Beato. I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is his grandfather's.
Yes, gold truth accepted. Unless Lady Erica's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed.
What the? Erica cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. How does it feel? I see. It's like, and then there were no Ackroyds. Just... My initial guess on what the truth was when I first read it is the word God said that if you trust much love the opposite, it's stronger than red, if you don't, it's weaker. That's true. And that kind of goes around with like my rib theory shit with yellow like signifying like a romance and love. Like that goes along with my rib theory. What a crazy mashup of great works. Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you've fully made your truth about Corpse's disappearance understood. I see that thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the red in this trial so far. Your truth, based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago, has been completely understood and processed. I proclaim that your truth has now been established. What the? Why is that great Lady Lambda? Why is that great Lady Lambda Delta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsui's personal room, and the button in the closet. Fuck your stupid, goofy-ass button. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument? Only Erica, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Because of this, Grandfather's absence has been verified, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsui and Grandfather has been removed from consideration. Aunt Natsui is pure and faithful. I won't permit this vulgar tale you're all so fond of. Battler-kun, thank you for being my white knight and riding in on the horse. Furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsui go back to square one. If you try to argue that the crime was impossible for everyone except Aunt Natsui, it won't work. Flanor must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest, though pain didn't show in her expression. Her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Flanor didn't abandon her duty.
However, in the cousin room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify.
Are you trying to say that
That was a lie? Noxus 7th, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep an objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation.
Furudo Erica is the detective, and me in this game isn't one. And by Nox's ninth, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. It's almost interesting that we went from this scene where Battler was saying it's all useless, and this is what we jumped to. I know this is a World of Witches scene, but I almost wonder, in the world of humans, if Battler is making this argument to Erica. Thank you. I do think that's a good theory.
Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time, and that you were an observer capable of inserting your own personal ideas?
Yeah, like that was like, it was actually me.
Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view.
Yeah. In this game, when I figured out the device connected to the Epitaph's riddle, I witnessed Grandfather. As has already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. Fuck yeah. It is possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind or in rain, which you mistook for Kinzo. It cannot be used as foreshadowing to form a basis for Nox's ninth. It's like the Bayeux tapestry. Mistaking one thing for another is a right permitted to all observers. I did not read her voice. There's the red truth that Beato showed during the fourth game. No one... That is such a fucking own. No one person would mistake Ushira Miya Kinzo by sight. That is so bad. I love it so fucking much. This is so good. It's the red truth Beato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kinzo, to make it seem as though Grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead someone to mistake something for Grandfather, including someone else pretending to be Grandfather, most certainly cannot work. All of Aunt Natsui's schemes to make it seem like Grandfather existed were hidden in the relatives' blind spots. All of them clever tricks like he was just there a second ago or he's in his study alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for Grandfather himself. So there are no contradictions, except that one time that they thought they heard him, but that's neither here nor there. Unless that really was him. I don't really think it matters. Maybe it does. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in Grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through an instant. It's been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for Grandfather by sight. That's true, sound is on the table. If someone claims see, this game is so fucking careful with its words. If someone claims to have seen Grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone. Except for just one person. And that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox's ninth, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell them about it. Ooh, I'm gonna reread some scenes, especially the end of episode 2 now. I'm definitely gonna reread that. Oh god, this fucking game. However, Mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth.
So you once claimed to have seen Kinzo.
I love both games, unfortunately. They are my children. But you should play Disco Elysium, Eric. But I will stream it again. I stream it I play it every year. But Disco Elysium is, like, totally different thematically. All I'm gonna say about Disco Elysium is the murder isn't the real mystery. Or even the murder isn't even the point of Disco Elysium, really.
So once you claimed to have seen Kinzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intention. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective. Is that what you are saying?
In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of the game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. That is an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. That really is true. That is the real purpose of Disco Elysium, is so you get to kiss Kim on the forehead and pat him and tell him you love him very much. Forgive my crazy argument. It's all finished now.
No, it's okay.
God, Blanar's really in it for the love of the game. I really do respect her.
As men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. You will surely protect the riddle truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth that might claim to exist as the sole truth and try to examine all fragile truths.
Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens. I'm glad I could fight with you.
Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the ninth, and not the seventh.
The fact... Wait, why was I... Okay, why was I reading Battler in fucking... Oopsie daisy. Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the ninth, not the seventh. The fact that I have claimed to see grandfather is proof. Yeah, his balls just fucking dropped. The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Glanar's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Glanor. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Glanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Glanor would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind. I'm so happy I had 2 cups of tea, because that gave me the fucking energy I needed to do this stream.
I resign. I give up on denying your truth.
I've paid my debt. Let honor be to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental.
Honor to my father.
Glanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight. What are you doing, Glanor? Lame, pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. Tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself my mystery's wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that. You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. If you see mystery as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponent intellectually, I won't let you ever say so again. Battler! I'll present a truth that conflicts with yours. Aunt Natsui was threatened by a phone call over the internal line sent by the man from 19 years ago, me. His goal was to make Aunt Natsui look like a murderer from the beginning. This is all about a drama of revenge and intent on framing Aunt Natsui. That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Ushirimiya family that Natsui thought up. Your theory outright opposes mine. You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking out through you, right? Yeah, that's a great analogy. Yeah, that's right. From Erica, I haven't heard a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kinjo. Looks like your theory about to be denied. Looks like your theory's about to be denied, doesn't it? The spear is just your paperweights. Get out of my way. The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erica's reasoning and the need for a revision. What the? My master? Watching Erica's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Berncastle spoke this with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Berncastle had acknowledged Erica's loss herself. Erica gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erica's own victory. This is gonna be a long fucking stream at this rate, with a mixture of shock and despair. Man, I finished episode 5 an hour and a half in. I'm like, yeah, guys, we'll read episode 6 tonight, sure. I didn't even fucking know what I was in for. This has been the longest fucking witch tea party. I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How long do you intend to hang there, pierced through like that? Second longest? Shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking god. I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. What a pain. What a total pain. I don't need a piece. I'll just throw it away. Yeah, that's disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Eat shit, Erica. Do it quickly, Phil. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours? Oh. Yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory. As Erica's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. They skipped all that. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared. It doesn't even matter, does it? It couldn't conceal its desperation and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning. My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect. Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. Small loan of a million blue truths. I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. Erica was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. Eat shit, you dumb baby. The wounded Dlanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Berncastle as well as Battler.
Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erica's revised truth is found.
Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them. So even if they are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine, no one can just deny that all on their own.
Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erica's truth.
Planor!
As long as I'm here, I will protect that truth. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth.
Where? I'm a stupid baby. The words of Glanor, whom Erica had previously looked down upon, led Erica to once again thrash about on the floor sobbing. And, because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erica's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague. And while neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who is permitted to expose it is neither Erica nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ushiyamiya Battler, Erica's truth is no longer unique. However, Erica's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of their truths exist together. The conclusion of the 5th game is rescinded. The game goes back to being even. And I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer Ushiyamiya Battler. Ushiyamiya Battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new Game Master. That's not what I thought was going to happen. Well, I'm not really surprised. But I thought Burn Castle would become a Game Master. I thought Battler getting the cape would just signify him becoming head. But it's more than that. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it now, you new endless witch. Why did I read her like that? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll weave the 6th game. Erica, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. Yes, we'll stand. I'll make you regret. Giving me a chance to clear away the shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. Sure. Of course I'll give you a chance. Wow, incredible! She said I'll give you a chance. Isn't this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles Burn Castle? Erica, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, expose the truth no matter what, unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master. Lionor?
Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well.
I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Glanor, I'll tear your game to bits. Sure. What does she mean by I won't pretend to be a guest any longer? What does that mean? Sorry, but that... Sure, I'll invite you to my 6th game. But that title of yours, Checkmate of the, isn't cutting it. Oh! Battler gets to change the name! It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Furudo Erica, am a detective before I am a witch.
I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue a proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you, Golden Sorcerer, Ushiramiya Battler. This is so interesting. This is just some shit Battler would have said. Like fucking 3 episodes ago. Yeah, come at me with all you've got. Rudo Erica. Just watch, Beato. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. Ooh, that's sick. Yay. Yeah, there's probably not gonna be like a big theory crafting scene where I look at episode 5 particular, but if I do some rereading between now and like if I stream Sunday or Monday, it depends. But I might have some stuff I want to share with you, like that I'm just like analyzing about making my case that Jessica is Beatrice, or I'll revise it completely and I'll think, I don't know, Shannon is Beatrice. We'll see. Yeah, I honestly think in the grand stage of things, I'm not really concerned about the letter and knock though. Not less so the letter, more the knock. Yeah, this is where stream's ending too, so fine. Thanks for sticking around though. It was a good time. Definitely a very fun tea party. That was such a great fucking episode. I see why it's so many people's favorites. There's so much to fucking latch onto there. Do we get our tips now? Yeah, it is kind of, it's tricky. All right, let's take a peek at the tips before we do anything here. Whoa, wait. Oh, shit. We're in the Golden Land. What? A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. 556 was quiet and often teased, but she was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad and she met a tragic end in the battle against the Black Witch. She was a cutting-edge weapon, unique in the Sisters' Cavalry, which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of the squad fire support. She shot not to kill but to protect her allies. I'm terrified. This is like some creepypasta shit to me. What the fuck? Wait, does Beatrice drowned? I'm so glad I looked.
This is why I double check this shit. I have the biggest shit eating grin right now. Damn, that was a fucking pull by yours truly. Holy shit. Alright, let's get the tips. Nope, nothing new. Is she really on a platform? Oh, she has platform boots, yeah. Oh, look, this is her with like fucking glasses. Her design is so fucking silly. I love it. But she's also a super fucking cool character. Alright, well, that was a really cool end to that stream. Me, like, accidentally finding a little Easter egg about, like, what's coming with the fourth Cheester. Like, I think I have a decent theory right now, but we'll see how it all turns out. I mean, I think rib theory's pretty fucking cool. And I'm definitely fucking with rib theory a lot. And I'm super fucking proud that I made it. But elsewise, this is where I'm going to stop for tonight. And I'll be back either Sunday or Monday. We'll see. It's just kind of a however I'm feeling type. But once I figure out this shit for certain, it's going to be so fucking crazy. I'm going to probably have like a whole like post-mortem Umineko stream where I just talk about the whole game. That might even be the last Umineko stream like I do, but it just depends on how it'll work out timing-wise. Because this will be something I kind of need to break down for a long time. There's this guy who reviews classic lit. How long was it? 15 hours. There's so much to talk about with this game, though. It's so ambitious, and that's it. Like, it really is a really extremely ambitious story. I'm still content banning all Umineko related media for myself. Like, it's like I'm not allowing myself to even like look at anything Umineko related. I'm like trying to keep it out of my algorithm and shit. Like, I had like one Umineko YouTube short and I was instantly hit not interested. I'll probably watch it like once I'm done. Because knowing my dumbass, I will read a comment and spoil myself. I just cannot trust myself. I had the cookies here this stream. I didn't even eat a single cookie. I only drank the tea. Okay. That's fine. Well, I'll be back probably Sunday or Monday. Good night, guys. I will see you then. Yeah, game is so good. I forgot the cookies. All right, see ya.